I really do love this music. Loading in on the PlayStation. Grew up in this era, was really nice. Funnily enough, I didn't beat this game until probably 15 years after I actually owned it. Just because this too can be quite rough to get through. Not because it's long, but because there's not much to it. First disc is so good, like, disc 2 really does an injustice to it. Here we go. First you gotta go save the Thames. I need to see if certain enemies are going to spawn. If so, then I actually have a little bit of grind I need to do. Just to make one boss fight a little bit easier. Heard to the Thames. Shall we launch the Yggdrasil? Go ahead. Alright, we're back here. To the Thames. We'll be going to you next. Ah, come on, Bart. You gotta hit, man. I didn't even go that far, game. Why are you giving me another random encounter? Ow! Good block, good block. Can you repair my gears before I leave? Jeez. How you guys doing? Let's go to the bridge and see what's up. How you guys doing? Oh, Satan, you came because you were worried? Yes, you could say that, but you seem to be better off than I expected. Of course. We are men of the sea, is what I'd like to say. But the truth is, the situation is pretty bad. Got some that are injured badly and some that are fatal. But considering what happened to the other ships, we're in no position to complain. By the way, Seaton, what the hell is up with that fishbowl thing? Came out of nowhere and kicked our butts and left behind wells. And then headed for some obscure excavation site where there's supposed to be nothing. Odd, since we were sent to go to a more deeper and bigger excavation site. Just as I thought. Some say they saw a huge gear-like monster. Seems like it was guiding that fishbowl thing to the excavation site, or so I'm told. Stone. Appears to be there's something there for sure. Call the salvager's intuition, but I don't want to get any closer. And Satan, is that fishbowl an enemy of yours? You could say that. Well, I won't ask for revenge, but I can't just sit back and do nothing if you're against it. We'll help in any way we can. Yes, Hans, or anything about the site. Headed due north. North edge of that island. But why? There's nothing there but a small mine. Oh, maybe there is something there. You guys just haven't looked hard enough. Why am I going down? I don't need to go down. Might as well check if there's new armor. While I'm down here, I guess. Nope, nothing new. Alright. Launching it. Alright. Go, it's the spot on our map now. And though there's nothing really stopping us from going there, except for the fact that, you know, we didn't have the destination in mind. Okay, I learned a new ability for him. Alright. Just going back in so I can freely repair my gears. Good as new. What kind of ability did you get? Remove physical effects. That's actually quite useful. He still needs to learn what the square triangle X is. Still have no clue. Okay, now would be a good time to save. Alright. Just want to see if a certain enemy's on this island. Definitely not it. These are the enemies I'm looking for. These guys can deal a lot of damage, but they have an armor drop that I want for some of my gears. And they hurt like hell. Ether armor is good, but I think they dropped something else as well. Like, they also have an attack called Seal, and that actually gets reduced by Seal armor. And a couple of future bosses really love using those. Using the Seal ability. But yeah, even having just, you know, Ether armor would reduce it by quite a bit. So, getting that on all the gears would be nice. At least all the gears I'm going to be playing the game with, so. Alright, there we go. We got a different type of E-tone there. $47. He got whacked then. Two ether armors. Okay, you know what? That works too. If that's what I have to do, then that's what I have to do. Just use ether armor instead of sealing armor. I'll give it like 1 or 2 more battles for these guys. Remember to repair my my gears, as I'll be able to equip them before I fight that battle. Come on. There we go. Seal armor. Okay, I got at least one seal armor. The fact that I can see that now makes it a little bit better for me. I know I'm not wasting my time. Because... let's see here. Seal damage down 50%. Old circuit. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's gonna just have to go away. So... I'm gonna bring along Seaton, and I'm gonna be bringing along, I have to bring along Seaton, Weltall, and Billy, so... So if I could get one for Billy, one for Weltall, that's all I'll need. He can keep his light armor on, for the most part. But I do need the gear HP. Don't want to be caught without it. Might just settle for only one more. Because I really want to climb, want to get through Battle's Tower tonight. And that could be tricky due to all the platforming you have to do on that. I do have a long dialogue to get through once we get into these mines. I just hope my chest is up to it. Now you guys don't want to spawn. I just have to make do with one. Alright, one more battle. We'll see what happens. If it's the Planners again, we're just moving on. Alright, we're just gonna move on. Sorry, can't save while the names popped up for some reason. Can't even get into the menu. It's weird. Seaton, what is Solaris trying to do? The main Solaris army. Why all this? Well, let us get down. Hey, buddy. Let's go. They don't do much damage, thankfully. Yeah, these are kind of the guys I would rather grind on. Ooh, they give out a good amount of experience too, so there's a reason for that. Like the boss found trying to get out of this place is unreal. And you could get yourself soft locked if you're not careful. Me, I've already gone through this several times. With the people I have, there's almost no risk of me being soft locked. I would have to have absolute bad luck for that to happen. Why are you just coasting in the water? Did you notice? His gear is reawakening. Soon, he himself will awaken as well. His friends are heading for Zeboim. It's been sealed up for 4,000 years. You know what's there better than I do. He probably won't give anyone anything, but it's something we both need, you know what I mean? So please. Someone's going to try to stop us. Look at what's under the sea, man. A city beneath the ground. Is this a ruin too? Look at this. It's just insane that civilization could be built down here. Yep. Get a save point here. Mainly not for the progression you made here, the progression you're making going back. And just because I know what can happen, definitely create a separate save. Just in case. You don't want to be soft-locked from any of the bosses that you're about to face. Okay, not all these doors will actually work. Just have to remember which door. Probably the one he's guarding. Billy, will you please learn your square triangle X? You can tell these guys really don't have any real dodging ability to their name. Start and learn, Billy. You're lost cause, buddy. Things look so weird. Good job. Woke up the wrong guy. Now will you start learning it, Billy, please? If I have to wait for your limiters, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to wait for his limiters to be removed. But then I'll be trying to train everybody up off screen because there's no way I'm doing that on screen. There's so many abilities I would have to learn. Okay, game. Was I just not in the correct spot for any of this? Is that what's up? There we go. You gotta be in the right spot sometimes, man. Way too sensitive. Good. Which does remind me, I do need to reload Billy pretty soon. So awesome. Rather strict airlock and scanning equipment. Doesn't look operational, though. The inside is preserved so well, the outside probably too. Don't scare me. You say there's poison gas or reactive fuel? And very well may be. Okay, these are stairs down. What are you guarding? Makes me curious. I don't remember everything in this game. I have no idea if the special attacks actually eat up all of his ammo, or just the one or two bullets required to activate it. I don't remember. It's good to keep an eye on. Okay, so yeah, let's change out your ammo type. We'll give you the S ammo. For that, we'll just give you the shotgun ammo. Go, he's fully loaded and ready to rock. Emergency level 5. Presently, the central reactor is isolated. Okay, that does not help me. I wanted that. Sleep guard. And now, sleep guard would be very useful. But I really don't want to give up any of the equipment that I have. Anything else? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's just telling us, hey, emergency level 5, everything's isolated. I gotta find the quarantine computer to disable it. A lot of vents. It's one weird building. Airlock scanners and circling hallways. That's it. Doesn't look like they want anyone inside. Looks ruined now. Like some empty and hollow dream. Labyrinths are not usually built to protect against enemies. Usually made to seal up something inside of them. Cripes, don't scare me like that. What do you think is inside? Well, whatever's inside, Solaris wants, and we can't have that. Black Snake. I do believe that is a whip for you, Bart. Save attack ether defense down low? You know what? That's a great pairing for you and Ellie. What do you do? Nothing. Okay. Double the guards. If I really wanted to save ammo, I would just use the ether gun. So I'm not too concerned. Plus, I'm just trying to take him out in one attack. Makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, if I brought Ellie with me, it would be a little bit easier taking out the mobs, but oh my god, are some bosses, are the bosses in here going to be a little bit problematic for someone like her. Oh, wow. So you probably have like just a few health left. But they give you revives, so I mean that's nice of them. Okay, that's stairs yet again. And for a very specific terminal, otherwise I won't be able to advance. Hate the fact that one of them, at least, one or two of them will at least get, you know, the jump on me. 3 of them! If only there was an agility drive I can use. Billy would be so much more effective. Later on, I'm going to drop him like a bad habit. Penalphasol. Restores party HP to full. You know, there's a few bosses I would love to use that for, so. No. Thought I could use that terminal. Maybe later. Okay, this one. Very specific how you defeat her. Gotta heal her. Oops, something spilled. Be right back. go. New cologne. Yep, the more colognes he gets, the better he's going to be. Oh my god! Let me through the elevator! So much help. Poor Billy will never get a turn with these guys. I think that heals mental effects. Yep. Okay, and down we go to the next floor. Yeah. It's cute. Okay. Now I gotta go back up to the save terminal. That's what I was waiting on. I knew what I had to do, I just got cursed with having to do this at a different order. No, I gotta go up even higher. Kidding me? Alright, fine. Have it your way. There we go. Now we can continue. Almost done with this area, believe it or not. It's not that difficult, it's the boss fights that makes this difficult. Increasing pressure, please wait. This floor is completely active. Pressure decreased. It is well hidden in the data gaps. No, flee? In my own will. What is this? Is this a wild computer? No, a structural record of life. No, not that. An organism. What the? Yeah, before I do anything, since I know exactly where I am. Time to restore everything. See, then what is this? Not even rogue clusters can regenerate this fast. Skrull appears to be an artificial life form created inside the reactor. She was probably assembled in the reactor by using that series in the database of the control room. Her body is most likely constructed from atomic machines on a molecular scale. In other words, a colony of nanomachines. I'll be taking that nanomachine colony with me, thank you. That is the existence or key factor which God will guide us by to free humanity from its yoke. So, if you don't mind, Bishop. Ah, Brother Billy, you're here too. This makes matters simple. I know you'll understand. This nanomachine colony needs to be in the hands of an honorable person. It's destined to be the salvation of humanity. An honorable person? I certainly do not think you are honorable anymore. Eliminating the ethos and any serviceable humans who don't agree with your own will. What's the problem with eliminating those people not fit for salvation? Why, is there a very faith based on the precept that only the chosen will be saved? There's something very wrong with that. Salvation by faith is something that everyone should have an equal opportunity at attaining. Are you saying that you could save all of humankind? If Krillin uses the nanomachine colony, at least we could save some chosen people. But you don't understand to utilize this. You can't save anyone. Are you willing to take the responsibility for the loss you will cause humankind? My job now is to bring this nanomachine colony back to Corellium. You see, unlike the ethos, our aim is not the ancient weapon that lays in the city ruins. I don't think we conflict with your interests. Salvation or not, what you plan on doing with this girl? I just know your deeds are not honorable. Bishop, I'm sorry to say this, but I cannot be a part of what you are intent on doing. See, I couldn't make you understand. It cannot be helped. Don't have the time to convince you further. Please excuse me, as I must hurry on ahead. Wait right there. Yeah, guys, stop them. Here we go. Sorry to have kept you two ladies waiting. It's time for you to do your job, elements. Remember Dominia. Now we got two we're facing. Huh. Salone, Serafita, buy me as much time as possible. We know. Stop ordering us around already. Hey, Talone, let's hurry up and get this over with so we can get out of here. I don't like dark places. Yeah, right. It's only because it's on Ramses' orders. Jeez, now he's got us protecting this garbage. Well, that's how it is, folks. It'll help us if you hurry up and lose. Who in the heavens are you? We don't have any time to waste talking to you. Well, excuse us, but we can't just let you go just yet. We really don't care much for Krelian, but if we do a crappy job, it'll make Ramses look bad. But thanks to you fools reviving her, we can get this mission over with sooner than we thought. Yeah, we didn't know how to operate that machinery, so we were so confused. Thank you very much for your kind help. Oh, Sarah, don't tell them that. Just I was building things up and make it sound psychologically superior to them. Damn. What? But when people do you a kindness, you should always say thank you. That's what Grandma always said. But I'm impressed alone. Psychologically superior? Your gin tonic futon brain cyborg implants sure make you smart. That's positronic photon brain, you idiot. Gin tonic futon? You make me sound like I'm a sleepy drunk. It's already bad enough as it is. Bound to get us into trouble with the makers of Star Trek. Do you guys just have too much free time on your hands? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Be careful, the elements may look harmless, but underestimate them, it will cost you dearly. That's it. Salome, do we want to be called harmless? The one, the bottom one here, she, I do believe, absorbs fire attacks, but she is also the most dangerous out of the two of them. And she likes to heal and steal ether power, so. 148? God damn, girl. I need to get rid of her fast. Oh, please tell me no one died. That was my healer. Healer down. I rarely get those two to actually use an ability. Normally get her to do that, steal ether power. I don't normally get those two to actually nuke the party on the first round. That's annoying. Yep, I think that's it for the party. Okay, it's just one person getting nuked. In which case, yeah, since she's weakened, it's actually not too bad. Alright. Get ready to block wind, as the fire element's not going to be much of a problem much sooner. God, that looks like her, man. She went right through the floor. Alright. What does Blue Cologne do? Accuracy evasion up. You know what? That might be useful later on. But, either way. Thank you, game, for messing that up. Can I get another ether effect down? Thank you. So much for haste and everybody. You're stuck on permanent healing at this point, buddy. Gain. Earth, wind. There we go. Go down. Alright, she's done for. Leave it to me. Yeah, she's no threat at this point. Attack up. I mean, that might hurt, but, you know. Since I have such high-level death blows, she's not going to be that difficult to take on. That was wind. Didn't do as much damage because of the healing. Also, Talone, I do believe, can heal if she really wanted to. So, that's another reason to take care of her first. Will you die already? Alright. Vitality, Ether Drive. A lot of good abilities for someone else. We've done the job that was required of us. Let's pull out. Ah, hello, wait for me. If you think we're done here, you are mistaken. Alright, so these. Everybody's healed up. Increasing atmospheric pressure, please wait. Our cursed existence bound to the earth. Oh, vessel for a new soul created, remove that yoke. I just can't hand over our child over to you. No, stop it. Looks like another life. See ya. Faye's up and at him. Huh? Where did Faye go? So, Faye's up and at him. But, you know, if you already didn't realize that, you're gonna realize who's coming to see us. Considering he's coming as well. Almost out of here. Do you doors want to open up? Of course not. Why would they? Alright. This one was a brick wall to me for a while. This boss that's coming up. Man. Got no time for you guys. Bishop Stone, wait! Heh, elements. You're not even as good as they say. Can't even buy me some time. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Oh, it has awoken again, the red gear. That gear! That is mine. Give it back. What do you want? Who are you? To you, it's just a used-up toy, so give it back. It belongs to me. Who the hell are you? I have forgotten to pay you back for what you did to the Yggdrasil. At least give us your name. Names do not matter. However, if you insist, I'd. I'd. I call him I'd because to call him Id is just weird. Alright, this guy could really put on a beating, and he cheats. He blocks death blows. Why, wide smile, baby! Why I brought him. Lower his accuracy and evasion, so maybe I could dodge some of his crap. Alright, so. Start hasting, people. Want to keep him in an early attack phase, otherwise he could be really problematic. Oh boy. Oh, he's doing it twice to poor Billy? Thanks for that, asshole. This is probably one of the hardest boss fights in the game, just because of how fast he is. Look at that. Even hasted Bart couldn't match Ide's speed. This is just bad luck. I don't want to have to do this with only Seaton and Bart. Yeah, go after anybody else. Okay, I need to get his accuracy down some more, apparently. Actually, I think this is probably the most harmless thing he could do to us. Mainly because that's an ether attack and we resist them now. So much damage, man. Alright, just heal up, everybody. I'll deal with picking Bart up pretty soon. You're just so much on the defensive here. Yeah, for anybody, go after, you know, Seaton. Seaton can take it all. Unfortunately, I can't dodge his death blows. The best I can do is be at full health when I receive them. Oh, thank God you're going after anybody else. Thank you for that. Instead of being on the offensive for this, I'm always on the defensive. Now, if he wants to, you know, counter with doing his ether attacks, yeah, I'm fine with this. Considering this is going to probably do nothing now. Yeah, it does practically nothing. Make sure you don't die on one hit again. Still takes out half his health. Jeez. I don't think Billy's gonna ever get a chance to attack at this rate. Letting this fight draw out a little too long. Like, this guy has permanent haste on. Oh, God. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That works. Believe it or not. Worst comes to worst, I need to keep the healer alive. Sorry, Bart, you're not as important as having the healer. Please die. And stay dead. No. Not that one. Alright, Doc, I'm just gonna let you loose with what you have. Hopefully that's enough. Good. Whew! He's a tough boss. You could go absolute apeshit on your team. Too strong, huh? You! Now's our chance. Get back to Corellia. I got him. Hurry and go after them. Voice, Wiseman. Go. Everyone hurry. What the? Now, depending on who you bring with you to this dungeon, different dialogues will happen. Huh, a little early, isn't it? I see, it was that woman. Fine. You'll do fine as my toy for today. Huh? Oh no. Huh. Damn, just in time. That guy and Wiseman, they're really going at it. Feel the ether power all the way up here. Yeah, which means we gotta get the hell out of here. Alright, so. I will look at our gears. You're equipped with ether and seal. You're going to need ether armor. And then once we get access to Weltall, we're going to need to get ether armor for him. So we are too late. Seaton, so someone named Krillin took the kids. So what? What the heck is a nanomachine anyway? Nanomachines are robots that are smaller than human cells. They're used to cure diseases or wounds in Solaris. She may be a colony of nanomachines made by an ancient but advanced technology. And what's the problem? It's good for people, right? It just irritates me that it's all for only for Solaris. Worried about what Bishop Stone mentioned. He said he needed her to free humanity from its yoke. Perhaps some ancient information on human reconstruction is hidden inside her body. Demi-humans such as Rico and Ham were born from the results of messing around with DNA. That was done by ancient Solaris in the hopes that it would bring about the restoration of mankind. If Krillin is thinking of trying the same thing with improved nanotechnology, that would be frightening. Come on. There we go. Seems Faye isn't in the infirmary, but he must be on board somewhere. That's right, Faye's awake. Of course, Fate is it, or Ide. I'm just gonna call him Ide. I've always called him Ide. It just makes more sense to well, it makes more sense to call him Id, honestly. But I'd rather just give him an actual name. Faye isn't here. I wonder where he went. Weltall's smoking. Faye? Doc. Hey, feeling better already? Yeah, probably. Why are you up and about? I thought you were only just recovering. Shouldn't be doing that. I don't know what I'm doing here myself. Don't have a clear head yet. Ugh. Faye, you should not be moving around just yet. Alkin shell located straight ahead. Prepare gears for launch. Seems like they're watching us. I must go. You're in no condition to participate. Let us take care of this. Looks like it's time to settle the score, but Faye should be resting. Yes, I should take Faye to the infirmary. Billy, please take care of the rest of things. Crap, I was going to use Seaton. Alright. Well, Ellie, you're up. Goody. Well, this sucks. Seaton has the thing. Observing. What a roundabout way. Just take care of it, it'll be over. What happened to you, Stone? Turned into Red Skull. Those who become enemies of the Sacred General. I will eliminate them all. Repent now. Do you want the power? Who? Who are you? I am Graf, the Seeker of Power. Doth thou desire the power? Power? Huh. There's power in here. I received this body from Krelian. All this power is fake. Do you think you could win with it? What do you mean, fake power? Fake body, a fake awakening. It is all useless. I'll give you the power. My fist is the divine breath. Blossom, O fallen seed, and draw upon thy hidden powers. Grant unto thee the power of the glorious Mother of Destruction. Alright, let's go. Wait, no, what am I doing? What am I doing? No. Turn off your boosters. Can't hit him in this state. It's going to get rough. It's no good. It's not getting through. Some kind of barrier. Some kind of negative feeling. Hatred. Somehow changed to an ether forming a barrier. We could somehow change our strong force of will in the ether, also throw that back at it. Ha! Son of Josiah, are you suffering? When I took you in 40 years ago, that was proof of my old friendship with your father. In that hate-stained friendship with Josiah, we competed for a command of Gebler. Josiah, like a beast, you stole the Raquel I loved, and threw away the command of Gebler that I wanted so much, then disappeared from Solaris. What a bastard. 4 years ago, after searching the ends of the earth, no trace of him could be found. Raquel dirtied by him, and the reminder of that taint, you and your sister. Through Krelian's wisdom used in the wells, I saved Raquel from misery. You son of a... You used the wells against my mother. Yes, Billy, let me tell you something good. Those Reapers that you have been purging are really all people. They were chosen by the Ethos and converted by Krelian. You've been slaughtering people. A wretched son for a wretched father. Confess to me. Pay for your sins. No, there's nothing for you to regret, Billy. You say you and Raquel were in love? You always were a narcissistic, self-preserving fool. This voice. I'll take this one. Use this, Billy. If you use this, you can rip off the barrier. That's a bunt line. Neither gun gear where the pilot rides directly in the bullet. If we use that, we can break the stones to give hatred power. However... Yeah, about that. Remember what you just said. The pilot rides in the bullet. Billy, if we merge our gears together, then we can break through that barrier with our combined attack. I'm gonna borrow your shoulder for a moment, so start aiming now. Let's wrap this up once and for all, eh, Stein? But I want you to know that you aren't going to see Raquel when you die. That's because your destination is going to be hell. I knew it. Josiah's planning on using it. He must be stopped. Billy, can you hear me? Billy? No good. There's no response. Billy, you know now, don't you? Stein's teachings were all a deception. That fabricated faith was just a worldly system for compensating those people with fragile souls. But faith and God aren't things which are given to you from others, right? They're the things you have to discover within yourself and by yourself. Things that cannot be put into words, things that cannot be expressed. Isn't that what God's all about? Question not thy God, for thy God doth not respond. The reason I taught you how to use a gun as a child was to save people. You see that guns are just tools for killing people, but you're wrong. Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Have you ever looked at the expressions on the face of those Reapers you have destroyed? It's an excruciating process to be turned into a Reaper. To ease their torturous pain, they seek human blood and attack people in order to get it. But that does not vanquish the true pain within their hearts. There's only one way to be saved from the pain, that is by termination. Didn't all those Reapers put out of their misery by you have peaceful looks on their faces? Your gun saved those people who were turned into Reapers. It's not something anyone can do. The faith that enabled you to accomplish that was no deception. God exists within you. Father. Alright, now let's go, Billy. There goes Josiah. In the bullet. Barrier terminated. Now I can actually do damage to him. Too late, Billy. That is a weapon that uses its pilot as the warhead. What? Then Father is... Oh my god! Alright, this is what makes him dangerous. He loves to having your health all the time. Alright, here we go. And if he casts Seal, he's not going to miss. So, don't even bother. Okay, he heals off that. He might just heal off Ether in general, which means I made a grave error bringing her along. Okay. Lightning, how about Terror? If he absorbs 2 elements, then yeah, no magic. No magic. Damn, that sucks. Oh well. It'll be fine. Can't even use Billy's Square. Billy's Square would heal everybody. Power loss, that sucks. I can't remove that. Okay. At least she can do actual damage. Our output to 24, that's still higher than normal. Woo! It's a lot of damage. I mean, if that's all he wants to do, if all he wants to do is lower our power, he's just throwing the match. He's just throwing the fight. Like, it's hilarious, actually. I feel kind of bad for him. Thinks that this is the best course of action. There we go. And when he explodes, he damages everybody. So yeah. You can lose by the skin of your... You can just win by the skin of your teeth just to lose at the very end. It's actually hilarious when that happens. Alright, we killed him. We're good. Dad. Billy, I should not have made such a thing. Seaton made it. Oh, of course Seaton made it. No, it's not your fault. This is the best way to see Father off. You're right. Thanks, son. Dad? Old friend, are you alright? You better believe it. I ain't gonna leave that stupid junk alone. I improved it. Ouch, Chihuahua. I never want to do that again, though. Still, talking about hell. Surprised to know an irreligious person like you would believe in life after death. Oh? So you were listening. That was a curse. Isn't that a fitting end for him? It's definitely your style. Papa. Prem? Prem, what did you just say? Huh, Prem? Papa. Do you hear that? Primera's problems seem to have been solved. Prim talked. Prim just talked. Prim, now say my name. Say Billy. Now don't push her, Billy. I mean, a lot of trauma that she went through. What about the ethos? They've completely devastated themselves. That mob just goes from bad to worse. Do you not think it's about time you told your son the truth, old friend? You were not just wandering around for drinking and picking fights, were you? Sure, he wants to know what you have been up to. Is that right, Billy? Yes, it would certainly make me feel a lot better. I now know my dad was worried about me the whole time, but I haven't worked out my feelings yet. What do you mean? Well, I'm glad Prim can speak now, but she only calls out for her father. But I'm the one who's been taking care of her all this time. What's wrong with her? Calm down, Billy. I'm sure she's just being shy. She'll start calling out for you soon. Why, my own daughter doesn't even call her out her father's name. So, old friend, why were you working alone all that time? Couldn't be helped. Anyway, I'll probably need your help from here on. Okay, I'll tell you more. Let's go to the gun room to get something to drink. Probably needs one after being shot out like a bullet. When I was in Solaris, I found out about the secret plan. That was the Malka plan. That was done under the command of Corellian. In order to proceed with the plan, many lambs were gathered by the ethos to become guinea pigs. Or should I say to become reapers or wells. Since I was disgusted with Solaris' methods, I decided to investigate it further. Found out main scientist central to the M plan moved the true facts about it into a test gear. Then he let that test gear escape with his daughter, so that now the truth would not be discovered. And that, I'm afraid, was the last information I was able to obtain. Because of what I found out, I came down to the surface world. And this is where I hid along with my wife, Raquel, and son Billy. I've been looking for that gear and that girl ever since. Finally, I found out the scientist's daughter and gear may be in Chevette. All very well, except now I don't know how in blazes to get there or even how to contact the place. Well, Chevette is protected by a strong barrier that even Solaris can't do anything about. So I guess you could say it can't be helped. It's just my luck. That girl say it wouldn't have to be Maria. It's the Shivite I saved. Oh, are you two alright? Shouldn't you get some more rest? Yes, I can stand and even talk now, thank you. I'm alright too. Maria, eh? If I remember right, her father's name was Nikolai. I don't know that much, but I have heard rumors about a girl and a gear. It's gotta be them. So that huge gear is in Shevat then. So then, how can we get to the Shevat? Is there a way to contact the place? Unfortunately, since I was taken captive, I have no way of contacting them either. See. There just may be a way. Originally, Shevat was situated on top of Bevel Tower. They say there's a communication facility to contact Shevat's native country on top of the tower. If only it still exists. Good possibility the facility may have been destroyed, especially when you consider the fact that the tower was sealed by the Ethos. You're being pessimistic again. I'm just being realistic. Guess we have no choice but to try and go there. As long as the gate exists, we can't escape from Solaris' influence anyway. In other words, if we recover a veil from Shakan, it wouldn't immediately be a happy ending. Their secret plan bothers me too. The real secret is that they're using humans gathered from Earth. They don't quite get the secret plan. And the ethos development and so on. What in the hell does Solaris think of surface-dwelling humans are? Sorry, totally forgot it was your country. What my country's doing has nothing to do with me. I myself thought something was wrong here, and that's why I came here, so don't worry about me. We got nothing to lose, so let's try and go there. We need to find the truth about those documents found in the Ethos HQ and what Billy's father said. And I must go to Shevat too for my own personal reasons anyways. Alright, time to make my party. No time like the present, huh? Let's go to Bevel Tower right away. Yeah, I'm gonna bring Ellie with me and Seaton. Sorry, Bart. Much as I like to bring you along. You're back! Well, find anything? Yes, I have tamed a colony of nanomachines. How unsound. In any case, is the M project proceeding as planned? We need superior bodies and servants. We spent far too much time here. We can't afford to mistake the ultimate destination of this new civilization. They exist because of their mother. You betrayed your mother, your creator. Just to sustain your own egos, you have no right to speak so. That was foolish. That was the past. When we were trapped in that cursed flesh, but now it is different. I'll take no orders from you. You have lost that flesh long ago and now reside in the Sol 9000 as data. Did you forget who revived you in there? What may be an eternity to a man is but a moment to a god. I have no need for hesitation. We actually got through that part a little bit faster than I thought we would, believe it or not. Alright, let's get our gears fitted. With these three main people first, and then we move on to everybody else. So I always prioritize engine output because that's your attack power. I don't care about the amount of fuel it uses because a lot of things that the fuel is going to use is mainly dependent on everything that your gear will use is mainly dependent on percentage of fuel. So yeah. Yeah. There we go. Anything else we could buy? Buy the G-Whip. I don't remember what gun he has, so I'm just buying him one of everything. That one's definitely going to be useful. No ether armor just yet. Although I don't think I really need ether armor at the moment. I'm not going to need that for a little while. Probably after all this. But it's always nice to have it all. So, O2 cylinder, I'm not going to need that anymore. Okay, frame HP 30. Ground, electrical damage. Yeah, don't need to worry about that. Magnetic coat. Actually, you know, I don't even think I need to worry about that either. I'll just deal with 2 hits of light armor. No, this will be fine. Light armor, power magic, with the machine strength. Jilly's going to go down, but that's fine for her. Ether amplification up, that's going to help her. No new rods. Ether armor, seal armor. Not going to need seal damage for a little bit, so put on some light armor. Ether armor, don't think I need it just yet. So... let's see here. Let's add more light armor. There we go. Alright, we should be good to go to climb God's Tower. Also, why not? Check out the equipment. Might be able to sell a few things as well. Accessories. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that anymore. Poison guard, don't really care about. Gallant belt, evasion ring, ether revealer keep, sleep guard. Should keep the silver beret. Yep, it's just the same. Alright, no problem. Can I get a better speed ring, please? Can I get like a speed ring S? Add 2 to my agility or something? Like, that's all I need. Just 1 more point of agility would be perfect for some of my characters here. Alright, so penguin coat. The item I want is on Bart. Whew! Damn, she got tanky all of a sudden. Get yourself a speed ring. Yep. Alright, time to go over, switch to Bart, grab that belt, and be on our way. After I repair our gears for free, of course. Only doing the... I mean, I really have to train Ellie up because she needs better magic. No, yeah, he doesn't need the speed ring. Attack, ether, defense, percent, yeah. Makes him so much better. Plus, every level she gains, her area of effect magic will get increased in potency. There won't be as many times where she fails her magic. And I say fail magic, it's more like she won't be doing like low damage versus high damage. And one of the things I do want to do is go back out and see if I can get at least one more seal armor. Because we're not done just yet with enemies that can inflict seal damage. In fact, there's one tough boss later on in the game that would actually... that'll actually make use of that. So, if I could just get one more. Not asking for the world, just asking for just one more thing. That's a good amount of damage there. Good, she's doing actual damage this time. Look at that damage output. Woo! That's all I really wanted. Just one more. Didn't want to get too greedy or anything. Because climbing God's Tower is going to be the rest of the day. I mean, it shouldn't take me 2 hours to do it, but I'm prepared for it to go wrong in every possible way. Off to God's Tower. Which is kind of spitting distance from the mines. It's quite hilarious on the location. Here we go. The worst dungeon in the game. Yeah, platforming, and you have these assholes. Can't hit everybody. They give out great experience, so 6,000 for enemies that really don't do much. I mean, of course, I need like tens of thousands of experience to level up, you know. Can't get there from there. Can't get there from down here. You don't want to drop. Ever. Now, your jumps can be absolutely destroyed by encounters, so you're going to want to activate an encounter before jumping. God help us. I have spent hours in this one room alone because of how bullshit the encounter rate can be. I want that chest. If I do it right the first time, I don't have to do this multiple times. Normally I would get that chest if I screw up, but I don't plan on screwing up. Bad. Earth Veil armor. That is nice. There's a chest over there. Okay. I need a... There we go. I don't know why it wouldn't just let me go. Gonna want to start charging my fuel soon, because there's gonna be 2 boss fights here, and one's gonna be before I can restore my health and whatnot. Light armor +1. Now, if it was light armor +2, that'd be nice. Okay. Go. Okay. Oh! Ether attacks. Ether armor was definitely going to be useful here. Alright, 46 is that attack. Gotcha. XX, that's what it is. Yep. Alright, if that's the case, then, Ether Armor it is. Like, that's gonna work wonders on my guys, so. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be fun. Alright. Left, right, swing rope, jump. Just gotta, you know. Just gotta keep swinging. Gotta make sure that we can do it. Ah, so close. So close. If I thought about it, I would have done a fail counter for this, because it could get high. Okay, we did it. Woo! Now, the arm on this thing will go down. So I gotta be quick when I jump over up there. Go. I don't really care about that chest. If you want my opinion. That's... appears to be some kind of relay station. Alright. That's the difficult part. The other parts aren't so bad. It's just that the beginning of Babel Tower just sucks. Gold nugget. It's nice, getting some money. Was it supposed to go up through there? Yeah, it's supposed to get back to the gears. Easy experience. So nice. Just gotta be careful. There we go. Give you all this ether armor for a reason. I mean, it's really good that of all people getting hit, it's the one that doesn't use their fuel for anything other than boosting. So, she's the one that... Oh my God. She is the one that can take all those attacks. Beam Jammer, okay. If anyone wants to do beam ether attacks, that's on them. How you doing, old young old guy? One of those. Alright. Yep, we're in the worst dungeon of the game. I mean, I'm not doing too bad. I got through the worst part of it. So. Here? Hey, it started. Alright, let's go. I'd pushed my shit in. And I knew what to do. Like, he went straight after Billy, and I was on the defensive for most of the battle. It was horrible. It's like, yeah, this boss is hard. I'll probably game over a few times. And I was like, I'm getting into a kill cycle. Everybody's just trying to keep Billy alive so he can haste us. So we can keep up our speed with him. Where are we going to climb to? We gotta... I don't know how they built this tower. Hey, we're going out of the outer wall. Good lord, I mean, this is a massive fucking tower. Somebody doesn't want us to climb. Shot from where? Crap, the track's gone. We're going in outside. What's that? The Gebler ship? Yep, Ramses is still not done with us. What is that gear? I've been waiting, Faye. Last time at sea, I was rendered unconscious by a surprise traitor, but that won't happen this time. I won't let you go up. How did they know we were here? But I removed the recognition code and tracking. Our backs to the wall. We can't run. I guess we have to fight. Here we go. This fight should... I should not have a problem with this fight. I think I'm more than prepared for this one. Oh, no. Booster. Booster. Like, all my gears are equipped with as much, with as big of an engine output as possible, with as much armor as I can fit it with, and with as much HP as I can put it with. So, this one should not be a difficult fight in total. It's just mainly making sure Miang doesn't heal as much. And to make sure Ellie's doing impressive amounts of damage. All my guys have attack level 3, except for Ellie. So, this boss should go down pretty quickly. Like, I prepped for a lot of things. Yeah, 1200. Yeah, my guys are getting multiple turns then against her. Yeah, her healing's not going to be that good. And you think with how much of a hate boner Ramses has, he'd be going after Faye a bit more, but no, it's all against Ellie. Oh! Yeah, yo, guy, how about that? This poor bastard didn't stand a chance! Holy shit! I made him my bitch! Wow! I thought it was gonna last a lot longer than that too! You get attack level 3 and you think you're gonna need it, but you never use it. It's not over. Not yet. No, Commander, pull out. Let's go, Miang. I can't retreat now. It's impossible with your wounds. Bridge, secure the retreat. Main gun, elevation .8. Support fire 30. Fire. Damn, I thought that battle was going to last a little bit longer than that. Jeez. That was pathetic. Ooh, and a direct hit. From above? No, it could be. Bridge. Dimensional vibrations, level 8. Huge formations coming this way. But yeah, you want to make that fight easy? Maximum upgrades. And make sure Ellie doesn't have that bug where she's only doing half her ether damage. Just as I feared, Chevette. Change heading, 180 degrees, now. All ships, full speed, retreat from this position. And, oh, booster. Always booster. Always boost. Huh? What was that? Looks like an air attack. Let's go. Wow. Man. Made that fight look like nothing. Jeez. And yes, that fight can be hard. I've seen it hard. I just can't explain how I just lucked out. Just... maybe the fight was always easy and we just had bad luck. Still, the only one to take damage was Ellie out of all that. There we go. Learned way more attacks now. Ground, that would be useful if I ever run into anyone who uses electricity. Of course, by now it would be too late. Maybe the game just wanted to apologize for what they did to me with Ide. Come on. Oh my god, game. There we go. Can't we go? I forgot there was a door down there. Spending all my time getting up when there's a door right here. Thanks, game. O2 cylinder, that would have been nicer back then. Gold nugget. I mean, I guess there are a few more underwater fights left, but... I got on the first try. Nice. What the? Communications are up. Lock clear. Done. Go and... What did this one do? Nothing. Alright. Now the fun part. Getting up and out of here. Or do I have to tackle it from the right-hand side? And it's roughly the same no matter what. God, get up! There we go! My god, sometimes. Alright. How are you doing on the ether power? You could actually use one of my many Omega Souls. Only possible way they can be broke is if you use them in battle. There we go. Do I want to go down there? Probably. Oh my god, never mind. Okay, never mind yet. Veil Doubler. Wind Veil Armor. I mean... How useful is Veil Doubler? Doubles Elemental Defense, so... I mean, if I equip a very specific piece of armor, it's useful. If I don't... It's gonna be difficult. Okay. It's only useful so long as I pair it with something. Which means it would make me... It should make me immune to something. Alright. Where will this lead me to? It's because I've never been down here before. I always just skipped it because I didn't want to drop and have the frustration of climbing back up. But I do know there's a helper bot once I do get up there to heal up, so... Not too worried about expending all my fuel. Wanted to save all my fuel for the boss, which apparently was a big nothing burger. To even my surprise. Guess that was another way over to here. I just see this and just... I hate everything about this. Ice Rod G. Not exactly useful. If any enemy is resistant or absorbs water, that Ice Rod is worthless. I mean, if it ups her ether attack, that's a different story. But I think it only ups her physical. Such a big jump in attack output, too. Okay. We're just gonna walk around. Okay. Don't want to get too complicated here. Just a little at a time. Fire Veil armor, okay. Great for all the fire enemies I'm facing, I guess. I don't even remember what enemies are what elements, so I just go for flat resistance. Here we are. Hey, buddy. Okay. Yeah, nothing there. How about new engine, new frame, armor? That's fine by me. Alright, we're good to go. Our only friend in this place. The chest is taunting me. Can you start learning your actual all abilities, please? I would really love for you to have that going right now. Damn, that thing is actually tanky. There we go. Good dodge. Good block. Yeah, before I do any of that, activating this. There we go. That just makes it easier to go back up there. And progression. But I want to get that chest. "76% chance of successfully casting the magic." We're getting there. Alright. Counter rate's still insane. Oh yeah, you can't run away from these fights. Much as you would want to. Can't run away. No, I never really used the Yin and Yang powers. Although there is a boss fight I would want to use that in. Because mainly they do nothing but ether attacks, so defense is meaningless. But that's way late into disc 2. Ah, it's an Earth-based. Just give me a non-elemental one, please. I missed it. Now to wait for it to come back down. Alright, fine, I'll run all the way back around and drop on it from above. That's what the game really wants. At least with the other shortcuts, you know, I won't have to go all the way to the far. That's why I say it's the worst dungeon in the game. Like, the sewers may be difficult to navigate through, but the platforming here can literally make you stuck for hours. Especially in the first area of this dungeon. I have been stuck for hours myself. Yeah, especially, look, as long as you bait out the encounters before you jump. Or you just do a standing jump, like you do a standing jump. You only move after you press the jump button, you will make it. But if you don't, that encounter is going to drop you every time. Oh, man. Yeah, like if I want to drop over there, that is difficult to do, but for instance, I just do a standing jump. I don't move until after I made the jump, which means they can't put me into an encounter until after my jump animation is complete. They can't fuck me over like that. Alright, now the fun part. I'm just guessing where this guy's going to be. But I don't find this half as irritating. This half is just fine, in my opinion. It's just the beginning. And I do believe this one dips down to the bottom, so in case I ever drop down and need to refuel, you know, it's going to be there for me. What the hell was that, Ellie? Wasn't even close! Wasn't even close to the damage you normally do. You're one-shotting everything until that one came along. Jeez. Gold bullion. Any other chests back there while I'm at it? Can't really see. Alright, Ellie, what's going on? You were doing double damage at one point. Thank God he gave everyone ether armor. What is going on with your ether attack? Yeah, all of a sudden she's doing like half the damage that she normally would. Never understood that. First she's doing excellent damage, and then she's not. You need to charge up your stuff anyways. That did so much damage to him versus us. Like, my guys took like maybe 150 points damage each, and he wrecked himself. Okay. Okay, that's much better. Fire Rod. Can I just get a regular Elementalist one that doesn't, you know, it doesn't mess with me? Go. Question of the day is getting up to you. If this thing just brings me back down, I'll just recharge it then. Let's continue on. I have more than enough fuel in reserve for the boss if I could just reach him. Alright, up and up we go. Okay. Word of Veil armor. It's okay. Okay, so that thing's going to be in the back, so this, and I missed it! That was the one thing I was afraid of doing, was missing it. Oh, that's just great. Now we wait. There we go. It's just lining up with the images you see on the background. There we go. Almost out of this hole. The thing just does way too much damage. Looks like we could climb up. Yes. Bye, guys! Decided to leave poor Faye all alone. Alright. We're at the top. Thank God. We are done with this dungeon after this boss fight. What? No ceiling? Seems that's true. Shevat was here before. Look around. There are marks from some huge thing. Oh yeah, is there any comic book nearby? I don't see anything else but... Faye, look up! Something's closing in. It's a gear. Gebler? From here is Shevet's territory. Many people have tried to get in, but Seebson and I removed them. Wait a minute, we just want to... Get ready. You asked for it, little girl. You're in for a beatdown. Yeah, Faye's response is so high, it's gonna be difficult getting a direct hit on him. I almost never use her. I normally this is my normal unit right here. Like until later on, way late in the game, this is who I use. And then maybe it'll be a Faye, Bart, and a Seaton. But yeah, her gear is an absolute unit. But if you're not in a gear battle, her as a person, not so much. There we go. Woohoo! That is so much damage. You're only restoring 400 units. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. And that's it. I make it look so easy sometimes. That's enough, Maria. Bring him in. Yes, Queen Zephyr. And with that, we made it onto Shevat. Alright. Climb God's Tower, and we're finally reaching the place of the gods. Or what normal humans would say. Ariel City, Shevat. Look, I first prioritize the people who I'm going to use, and then maybe the extras. Sorry, I just wanted to test your strength. The Queen is waiting for your arrival above. I'm surprised Sebazin didn't really do much in this battle. Normally Sebazin can be an absolute monster in this battle, but no, not this time. Dude, today is just an easy day. Like, other than everything has been a cakewalk. They wanted to make up for Bloody and his brother, because his brother started off with murder, and just once again on the back foot, useless. They allowed a contact with Shevat. There's an Anima relic in Shevat. We can't afford to have them aligned before preparations are complete. It's meaningless if it's not compatible with our type. You want to bury all of Shevat? What of the Animus? There are others. We must respond severely so this doesn't happen again. What about the Shevat Gate? As long as it's there, we can't get in. Easy. We just use Oxen's gravity cannon to compensate for the time-space warp. Oxen? Is it operational? Re-education is complete. It is ready. The airborne squad is already assembled. Any side effects? The regulated 71st Airborne should have no problems. Well then, I look forward to this. This is the dock floor located at the lowest layer of Shevat. I met you a little while ago. My name is Maria Balthazar. Balthazar? I've heard that name before. That's right, Old Man Bal, the hermit. That reminds me, the gear I saw resembles Bal's gear, Calamity. Yeah. Calamity. That's the prototype gear my grandfather made. Do you know my grandpa? Where is he now? I just happened to come across him in the cavern underneath the Vea's desert. I didn't know him that well, so you're Old Man Bal's grandchild. Yes, but I haven't seen him for the past few years. He said he was looking for something very important, and he left by himself. My father was captured by Solaris, and his whereabouts are not known either. I'm glad Grandpa Bal's doing fine. Please, go ahead and take the elevator to go upstairs. Still have to finish inspecting Sebazin. I'll show you the way to the palace when time comes. Till then, please take a look around town. See you later. Alright, let's go up there. Shevat, the only organization that stands against Solaris. You're right. We came this far. We cannot turn back now, Faye. Yep, we're finally here. Alright, so there's a few items I need to pick up here. Was it over here? Or was it... I might be doing this a little too early. There we go. Dawn Rock, that's one of them. Shevat Palace, Central Dock entrance. I want to go shopping around and whatnot. There's a few items I want to go get. Oh, we rarely have visitors from the surface. Welcome to the wandering city in the sky, Aphelora. The city used to be the capital of Shevat, an independent liberal country that fought against Solaris. A palace that turns yesterday's tears into tomorrow's smiles. That's what they called the city a long time ago. But now those hopes and despairs have been worn away long ago. Probably the only things that remain are the echoes of resentment. It's still sad. Might be able to find something that can solve your troubles and sadness, but fate can be cruel sometimes, don't forget that. And that stone plate floating there is called the Stepping Stone. Moves with people on it. Try and get on and talk to the stone. I'd be glad to give 3 of you a ride. Hell yeah. There's definitely a few things we want to do here. Now I need to collect 2 more stones. I got 1 of the stones. The other 2 aren't that difficult to find. It's just that I had to remember where the hidden one was, the one that I just found. So I need to find a place where there are a lot of choo-choos, because God has a sense of humor in this game. Yeah? Who are you? A new face? Don't scare me. I was wondering if there are some drinks in here. Are the higher-ups still planning on fighting with some country called Solaris? Aren't they the scary guys who actually control the world from the shadows? It's crazy. Just when I thought I was able to survive. Can't take it anymore. Got to say, how are you, new? It's been so long since the last time we had a visitor from the surface. This is a plant shell. Vegetables and fruits needed in Shevat are grown in it. Since we live away from the land, we must put more effort to get food. Right now, it's a dusty season, so only the staff members are allowed to go in. Humans are good carriers of germs, you know. I'll bring some fresh Thunder strawberries for you to eat, so look forward to it. Definitely looking forward to that. Okay. Nope. This is where I need the 3 stones. And it's Weitzman's house. You get all 3 stones, you get some really useful items. So, definitely doing that now. Okay. You know, this house is basically an apartment for us land dwellers that were saved. I've heard that there aren't many pure Shivites in this town anymore. Basically, it's been said that a majority of them were lost in that war with Solaris 500 years ago. Well, if we're not careful ourselves, our fates may be similar too. am I doing? Can't you tell? I'm working out. Okay. You already met with Queen Zephyr? A very nice person she is. We're all able to live like this because the Queen saved us. Okay, I'm not finding any other doors in this one. We're in an odd situation. We're picking a fight with an organization that has the power to manipulate the world from the shadows. Yeah? And to think we're all just a motley crew of riders from the land below. Just a bunch of people who live most of our lives without knowing the existence of Shavad or Solaris. Come to think of it, it almost sounds like a joke. Needless to say, the world ain't working right. It's not going to be here. So we're going to have to go to a different place entirely. Go up. Good dog. There's one right there. Up. Me and my lack of platforming skills. Fine, I'll go through this one first. All the birds. Hello and welcome. As you can see, the Deep Sea Bros is open. Just like we aren't doing any business right now. I'm sorry. Music box, so we can listen to music if we want. Also, what a terrible location for a bar. What about the old people that no longer can platform, huh? Why do humans hate and hurt each other? Everyone lives under the same blue sky. Will there ever be any relief from the pain of losing what was precious to us? When will it be the day we can all understand what all this loneliness and sorrow was for? Short, we may be repeating the same mistake we made 500 years ago. I think no. Alright. Go back down to here. Any doors over around here? No. That'll just lead to another area. There's quite a bit to explore here, so yep, that's the first one to explore. And here we are. Hell. Oh, this! If Choo Choo saw this, she'd probably faint out of pure happiness. Choo Choo and her friends may be the last survivors. I gotta talk to that one on the lamp. Oh, God. Don't know how I'm gonna get to her, but... Always gotta make this difficult for me. Come on. I was right there on it. He's sleeping, but I could buy stuff from him. Really don't really need to increase her attack power. Alright, but... Getting new armor is definitely going to be worthwhile. Don't want to spend all the money to upgrade everybody because I only got so much money here. Thank you. Come again, will you? Give you a discount. Alright. Definitely need this increase. Because the dungeon here, the human dungeon, is pretty damn difficult. There we go. The angel stood watch as the night ended. Twilight nodded off the arms of a lost child from 500 years ago, and the sea serpent swallowed the dark. The wise Gramps told me that a long time ago. Don't know what it is, though. Maybe a spell. Yes, maybe it is. Just giving you the hint that you have to go into a fountain. Guest, it's been a while. Welcome. It'd be great if you bought lots and lots of them. And if you don't have it, you're gonna want do I have a spider web on me? I don't think I do. That's gonna be fun. Okay. So what items do you have? Microsol DX. Rosasol DX. Definitely need a lot of these. Sigmasol. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now I just gotta find a fountain. Michael Paradise. Somebody getting away from reality and forget the cares of the world. Yes, it is. Yep. This rock could be very annoying to get. Yes, I'm listening, dear. Reminds me of the good old days. This is the place you and I met for our first date, isn't it? Call that on the day on that day, you dear. Read me a poem that you said you wrote all by yourself. Thought it funny that such a romantic still exists on our day and age. But I was delighted by it. Nothing has changed here. Surely important things can't be taken away by anyone. Damn it. I don't have a spider web. Without a spider web, I can't really do much here. I might have screwed myself on it. Okay. They're all pain only causes more and more sadness. How come those guys out there don't understand such a simple thing? Just relax, have fun fishing like that sage who disappeared. You like fishing? Yes. Why don't you try catch the fish at the plaza? Some good thread? Yes. Want more thread? 2, 3 should be more than enough for this. He was very slow, but he is a damn good healer and buffer. That's what I used him for. He heals, and he hastens everybody. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Alright, let's see what we got. Are you sure we can catch fish, even without bait? Come on. Huh? Fish is biting. What do you want to do? Reel it in. Okay, here we go. Whoa, that's a big-ass fish. You did it. Can't believe it. Now open your mouth and let me see it. Found it. This is it. You got the dark rock. Easy. First try. And he's back down. Alright. Where is that elevator? Right here. Alright. Next one's easy to find. It's in an abandoned house. That's like the only one anyone ever finds. But yeah, that one, good luck. I'm so happy I got that on the first try. Buying ammo is not that annoying. You have to remember that, you know, how to equip the ammo. That was the annoying part. Because if you don't have any ammo, Billy might as well be worthless as a regular person. And we actually had someone, some poor soul not know how to change out his ammo and ran out of ammo when he was still necessary. Looks like a gear shop. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Music is perfect. Alright. And Brigadier. Yeah, I just ran out of money. That's fine. I've got plenty of stuff to sell. Screw all that. There we go. I would need 2 slots to make any of these actually work out, so I'm not going to need them as much. Right. Weapons. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need these rods. Wait, no. That one I need to equip onto him. There we go. Alright, he's fully kitted. And then I'll eventually get him back up to speed. Alright. Here we go. But I'm pretty much set. I got at least 4 gears that can that can withstand the attacks, and that's all I need. Just the 4 gears. Now to find the abandoned house. Yeah, such soothing music. I do believe it was upstairs. Somewhere. Here we go. This is... They were killed by Solaris. I guess it was a child's room. What kind of dreams did the children of this room have for the future? We're fighting over lives, aren't we? And at times involving those that have nothing to do with the struggle. There are a lot of people who don't care if they hurt others. So this is where you all were. The Queen said this house was destroyed in the Great War 500 years ago. This house has been kept like this on purpose as a reminder of the war. Thank you for waiting. Please come to the palace with me. Huh? Hey, wait! That girl. That is alright. Shall we go to the palace now? No. Found a child's memory from long ago, and nobody could take that away. Yeah. It was the doll on the first tape. It was the doll on the first floor. Yeah, there we go. Huh? The doll has something in its hand. There we go. Got all 3 rocks. Time to go to Wiseman's house. Get some very useful items. And maybe some more monies to fully upgrade all the gears. 3 stones found into here. And we're ready to go. Received power crisis. Accidentally received Choo-Choo Idol. Accidentally, I love it. Choo-Choo Idol. Is this a representation of Choo-Choo's guardian god? I think that's what Choo-Choo rides when it grows so she can fight. Huh. Let's not imagine things. It's not good for your heart. Don't care how it all began, nor do I care what happens in the end. Just live with Choo-Choo and die with Choo-Choo. To hell with humans. They're liars, greedy, selfish. I'm going away. I've had enough of it. Okay. Anything else? No. That was it. Alright. Got a lot of good items. Just basically pumping up Faye because he really needs it. Ether value. Ether power, that's going to go to Ellie. Ether defense goes to Faye. Samson's hair, weapon power of 50%. That's good for just one battle. Strength drives. And if there was ever any question. Alright, we had everything else. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, now time to go meet the queen. Save, just in case anything happens. Don't want to do all this again. Alright. Time to go to the palace. This way, please. You're finally here. Where have you been? Why are you here? Told you before. I learned martial arts with your father in Shevat. Queen is waiting. Go ahead. Might as well just say, I live here, idiot. Here we go. Thank you for coming such a long way. I am the Queen of Shevat, Zephyr. Your Majesty, you're the... I may appear to be like this, but I'm actually 522 years old. 522, is that really possible? Yes. I and a select few of the vassals have undergone some special life-extending treatments. We were required to continue living until that final day approaches because of one man. To continue living, This is our atonement for that tragedy 500 years ago. Let us discontinue this discussion of the past. I've heard many things about all of you from Wiseman. Wiseman's been conducting his operations on the surface under my orders, to keep an eye on that man's activities. Also, he was ordered to bring anyone from the surface who would be of help to us to Shabbat. 500 years ago, we fought against Solaris for the freedom of the land dwellers. Even after that, we continued to resist Solaris, although we were short of any real power. Land dwellers, can you find in your heart to help us? We must free mankind from the grasp of Solaris. We must gain true freedom and build a peaceful world to live in. I see, you're quite right. But there are no guarantees that you aren't the same as Solaris, right? Even if Solaris were to be defeated, the people of the surface may just as well encounter a new dominator. However, I tell no lie. When I say we're doing this purely for the future of the land dwellers, if you still cannot believe us, then defeat Solaris, gain back the independence of the land dwellers, and then see if we still embrace the heavens together. Should do you some good if you rest in the palace and think about it. You must think about what you ought to do. But remember, Solaris has been quite active lately, so we don't have much time for leisure. As for you, Ellie, your family and friends, you must understand that they will all have to be your enemies. Without this clear understanding, you may be placing your companions in a situation where it costs them their lives. Yes, I understand. Very well then. Now go and get some rest. Okay, go with Shabbat. Your father Khan would have wanted you to. Don't even know why I even went back there. Alright. Use this room as you please. Welcome to use the bed to rest. Hell yeah. Want to rest? Yes, we do. Because now things are going to move forward. Have you decided? The heart is set. Alright. Huh? What was that shaking all about? Your Majesty. Was that the enemy? Something dreadful has... What's the meaning of this? Yes, that is, we have an intruder in the dock area. The gate generator has been destroyed. What? What's the damage report? Yes, subsystems are destroyed. Gate generation has dropped 70% from normal. We're devoting everything to firefighting repairs. It'll start to take some time. What of the intruder? Yes, we believe it's just a lone Gebler soldier. It seems the individual has escaped the number 17 hangar. Number 17 hangar Bay. Seebsen. Maria, wait. It's too dangerous to go by yourself. But we can't just let the spy be. Your Majesty, we have our hands full just trying to fight the fire on the shield generator. someone doesn't do something, it's possible we'll have more losses. I'll be fine. I can go out alone. Maria, what can you do now you don't have Stevenson? But... And should we go down with Maria? It's the Gibbler, right? Still ticked off at him. I'll take him on. Is it fine with you, Faye? Please take care of Maria. And be careful out there. Then let's get going, Maria. Then let's all go together. This may be asking for too much, but would it be possible to have one of you stay behind with the Queen? We don't have the combat experience, and if something ever happened to the Queen... Alright, I got it. One of us should stay behind. Sorry, Ellie. I mean, yeah. It's a good idea having a Solaris officer, you know, guard her. Look at her run. Now this dungeon just has a lot of heavy hitters. Oh my, this has gotten serious. Seems you can't get in because of emergency security. But you're all lucky. Legendary vendor like me happens to be here through coincidence. Got a line of quality goods, sir, so if you got anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. What shall it be? The fact that this little thing is gear parts. Alright, Maria is actually decently equipped then. This dungeon just has a lot of heavy hitters. That's it. One wrong move and you could lose a lot of life. But it shouldn't be too problematic for everybody. Go. It's no use. The defensive shutter is still closed. Isn't there another way to go down to the hangar? We may be able to go down if we use the emergency shaft, but it's not normally used. I don't care. We can't waste time here anyway. You are right. It's not like the enemy is going to wait for us. I see. The entrance to the shaft is just above here. This is it. We could go down by entering the shaft from here. Fine. Let's go. Bad. See, I got control of Sieves and we're good. It's the only way she's gonna be doing damage, but... Alright, Shevat map. Definitely going to be useful. This is like the sewer 2.0, but it's but I don't find this as bad as the sewer. These guys are a huge problem. 500 hit points. Yep, thank you for telling us. Damn, wasn't enough to kill it. Yep, I tried to... Fei was so close to getting it, man. He was so close. I was just trying to train up his other death blow, and he was so close to getting that turn in. Right before. But that's what I get for, you know... That's what I get for doing that. What am I doing? I got plenty of hop jerky for this. What's your status on that attack? 98%. Maria doesn't learn any death blows, so it's difficult for me to have her in my party. At least in non-gear battles. Gear battles, she's just fine. Alright. Don't want to spend too much time here. Queen's Rod, that's actually be useful for Ellie. If you really get lost, you can find Big Joe here as well. Because Big Joe is just everywhere in the game. Just absolutely everywhere. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh yeah, yeah, her fighting stance is hilarious. Extra armor +5, hell yeah. Gotta be heavy as hell. Defense value +30. I like him with the sword. It's just that you don't get him with the sword until nearly the end, until the end of Disc 1, and then Disc 2 is on rails, so you barely get to use it. You hit the switch, you can change the direction of the windmill. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. And then I screwed up the first time I played by selling his Gears sword, so I couldn't get it upgraded to his ultimate weapon. That was fun. Although I really didn't have a problem with the final boss. Oh, there probably was. I was looking for a better turn order here. That's not a better turn order, but I'll take it. There we go. He has every death blow I could teach him until after Shavat. Wrong button. Alright, you can use the map you found earlier on this floor. It's always good to have a map to look at when you lose your way, right? Yeah. So that's where I currently am at. Just want to get all the way to the bottom. Don't want to go down that one. Will she get to react before him? Survey says... yes. Alright. As long as they die, that's all I care about. And they drop gold nuggets, so if you ever need to get money for the upcoming gear battles, this is where you do it. Oh. Okay, so from here, want to alright. I think I'm going the right way. I know I'm not going the right way if I run into Big Joe. Hi, Big Joe. I was just talking about you. That door just won't open. This is no good. Even Big Joe here is giving up. You know, comedy. Just... sometimes you say something and it just happens. So. Need to go down and then... I mean, don't change the camera on me, game. I don't need you to do that. Got enough problems as is. I think I need to go back to blue. I need to go to the other one. Honestly, I don't really need to fight these battles. Alright, let's try this again. I'm about to say, you join us, Doc? Or you're just gonna hold everybody up with your animation? Okay. Down there, just go straight and then up. I think that's where I need to go. These things should really put the hurt in. Ah, crap, that's right. Ether only. Run. They drained poor Faye of all of his ether power. Too bad I don't use it. Hey, it's moving! Ah, it's you guys. Alright. Well. Forgot they only had a handful of HP. Does that help you, Joe? Think about life, so leave me alone. Okay? Like, dude. Big Joe just gets around, man. If he wants to just stand there and think about life, that's on him. Alright, we're almost there. Gotta go up first. That's still only single target. Never mind. Thought her missiles were multi-target. Oh well. This is where I get it completely wrong. This wasn't the right way to go. Alright. Well, I'm definitely going the right way. I can't even bring up the map. Yeah, I need to kill this thing quickly before he devastates the entire party. I wasn't thinking that Seaton would actually hit it full on. Almost done. Alright. Once we get through that manhole, we'll be able to enter the hangar. So let's see who this intruder is. Where's the intruder? Huh, it's you again. You pests aren't making my job any easier. And it's Dominia. Of course it's Dominia. Dominia! Never thought I'd come across Seebsen in my place of escape. I'll take Seebsen. Originally, this belonged to us, Solaris. Can't let you have that gear. Heh, then try and stop me. Huh? That child, hey you. Are you the daughter of Nikolai? Undoubtedly, I am the daughter of Nikolai, Maria Balthazar. What about it? I see. So you're his beloved daughter, to whom he offered himself to undertake that difficult task. Hey, young girl. Want to hear an interesting story? Let's see. How about the cursed secret of Seebsen? What do you mean? What do I mean? You'll understand when you hear the story. For the past several decades, our scientists had put so much effort in the research created to evolve gears. Regardless of how great a pilot is, as long as it's human, there will always exist a time lag in human error when interfacing with a machine. That's when your father, Nikolai, was targeted. He was a genius in the field of cranial nerve mechanisms. It made Nikolai search for a way for humans to go beyond humans by merging humans and machines to become dragons, like in Wild Arms. Half machine, half living tissue. In other words, they were trying to create new life, an ultimate living weapon, by conducting living human brain to a gear directly. Connecting, not conducting. It would have stayed as a mere fantasy without Nikolai, but that genius made the fantasy come true. It's a lie. My father wouldn't do such a horrible thing. I don't lie, Maria. This is the truth. Your splendid father succeeded in fusing man and machine, and he opened the gates to hell for the lambs. As a matter of fact, various data and components obtained from the War of Ignis and the Battle in Kislev were used as experimental material. That is how the special humanoid mutants Wells were born. Wells created in Solaris were tested on the surface. Only the Wells that passed the test were dismantled, restructured, then reborn. They became the gear's central control circuit and became part of the machine. It's all the result of your father's great research. Seebsen is a prototype of a man-machine fusion gear. In other words, Seebsen was completed at the cost of innumerable land dweller lives. And the nerve circuit of Seebsen lies. Don't you think you've said enough, Dominia? Who is it? Why are women so gossipy? They jabber about things they shouldn't be talking about. Hopeless. Josiah, what are you doing, Shevat? At one point, weren't you considered to be the next Gebler Commander-in-Chief? Don't get so excited. I think you played with enough fire for today. Just go home. Maria's the only one who can operate Seebsen. You should be well aware of that. Huh. Fools, don't get so cocky. The party's just begun. But I guess it's alright. My mission is complete. All that's left is... Maria, I'm afraid I must go now. Enjoy your party. Wait, Dominia. Father. Hey, Maria. Don't mind what she told you. This is... Looks like our guests have arrived. Let's go upstairs. Yggdrasil is also accommodated in the dock. I'm sure the other guys are making a fuss over it. I have an ominous premonition. I doubt it, but they could have. Seebsen. The Solaris gear units are on high speed. Interception course with Shevat. It would be reasonable to believe that their main targets are going to be the 4 gate generators. Probably planning on finishing us off since Dominions demolitions weakened the gate output. We've scrambled our interceptor units, but I do not know how they'll fare. People of Shevat are not accustomed to gear tactics. I want to avoid unnecessary sacrifice if at all possible. Yeah, I know, Doc. We'll go. We're already involved. We can't just stand by and watch these people die. Faye. I don't like the idea of working for free, but I don't like the idea of turning tail and running from them even more. Let's do it. Doesn't matter who they are. I'll take them all down, my brigadier. Yes, we'll do what we can to protect the people here. Since the day I met you all, there's been nothing but trouble. But I've come this far with you all, I guess there's no point in bitching about it. I'll show them what happens when they tick the Great Rico off. I'll go too. The enemy was able to get in because they let the Yggdrasil in. Can't allow the people of this country to be in danger because of us. Yeah, right on. Go for it, youngins. We're depending on you. Especially since my life also depends on it. I have no intention of kicking the bucket here. Shut up. Dad, could you not say anything? Alright, I know. Why can't you be more nicer? Alright, Choo-Choo's gonna chew help too. Going to help? Choo-Choo, what are you doing here? Well, in all the bustle, she's somehow tagging along. What am I gonna do? This isn't a game. It's dangerous, so go back to the Yggdrasil, okay? Choo-Choo, be a good girl. Choo-Choo's not a good girl. I'm in that dangerous age right now. And Choo-Choo can help Choo. I'm going with all of you. Yeah? Yeah? Alright, don't come crying to me when things get out of hand. Heh, so they call you Choo-Choo also. May your friends live in the city. You want to go meet them later? Really? They're all here? Yay, I finally found them! Choo-Choo's friends are here! Now let's put everything into it. Everyone, we have Choo give it our best shot. Here's a breakdown of the enemy gear units. As I have explained before, 4 separate units are each headed for their respective generators. From the information collected in Shevat, we have a good idea of the capabilities and composition of the gear units. However, there's one giant gear that they are holding back we have no information about. An unidentified giant gear. It can't be. Allow me to put it on screen. This is Oxen. What's with that creepy gear? Know anything about anything, Maria? Oxen is the second gear my father designed. Stevenson's sister gear, but Oxen wasn't completed. Well, Stevenson's father didn't make any more. He was supposed to have burned the plans. So why? People of Shevat, hear me. That voice. No, father? I'd heard some interesting rats had run in there. Just in time to test out Oxen. I could take you and Shevat out all at once. Hello, little rats. Come on out. Come my way. Come on, my cute little guinea pigs. Why is father... Calm down, Maria. Doesn't mean that Dr. Nikolai is inside. But father's voice. Maria, get a hold of yourself. You intend to lose even before you fight? Against the very people who made you suffer? But... Well, that is fine. Let us consider our next move. We must repulse the gear force to protect the generator. To do that, let us split into 4 teams and intercept the enemy. 4 of us will attack independently and defend each generator to the death. The other 2 wait here. It's dangerous, but we cannot turn back now. If even 1 generator falls, it is a defeat for us. Maria, you wait here. Please, Maria. Okay, I understand. Next, the formation of enemy gear forces. In Generator 1, there are 2 small gears that complement Solaris troops. If you do not hit them fast and hard, you will get bogged down in a firefight. 3 White Knights, very fast and maneuverable. There's a large gear and a White Knight. Large gear is some kind of special attack. Large gear and a White Knight. Okay. So, Generator 1 is going to be Ellie. Generator 2 is going to be Seaton. Generator 3 is going to be Bart, and Generator 4 is going to be Faye. Understood? The target assignments are Ellie, Seaton, Bart, and Faye. Are these assignments okay? Yes, so let's go. Please hurry and get the preparations for the battles in order. Now, is this alright? Let me get ready. When you're ready, we will leave for the battle. Please hurry. The enemy is almost there. And I'll continue this next time. Run off, go save, make sure Bart's gear is up to snuff. Yeah, should have everything. K35, 13,000, RX Metal 500, yep. He's got everything. It was Rico. I have everything I could possibly need, so, I mean, I don't really need to do anything else. So, just make sure I sell my gold nuggets. Good to go. Alright, now we saved. That's it for tonight. So I'd like to thank you guys for coming. I'll be back hopefully on Saturday. I don't see myself popping in on Sunday because I get home from work at 8 o'clock at night, so I don't think I'm going to jump in on that. So if I feel great on Saturday, I'll stream Saturday after work, so same time. So until then, this is Farmir signing out.